say girl to do, lying on my bed staring into the blue, unrequited, terrifying. Love is driving me a bit insane. Have to get this off my chest. I'm telling you today that when I talk to you, won't you better try through and shoot right out through my heart. And I sound like a known, but don't you feel it to confess I loved you from the start. Confess I loved you, just thinking of you. You know I've loved you from the start. I heard that you moved to the east side. Why do I still see you around? You dropped out in the middle of Quayside. You washed up from higher ground. I saw, but I couldn't believe it. Your smart face from the side of my eye. But each step that you took towards her, well, you took each one alone. And every time you said, my God, how is it up there on that phone? Well, I've been waiting on your feet just to hear you say that I'm not needed. I said I was an honest man. You said I wasn't at all, but I wanted it. Well, I think you're just afraid of the fall, but you won't be there at all. No, you won't be there at all. My God, I hope you're falling apart. My God, I hope you're falling in you. My God, I hope you're falling apart. It's gonna be the start of what you are. Well, I remember when you said that you hate everything I do. You didn't have a reason, then wish I'd given one to you. And then you would say, oh my God, I couldn't know what you've been through. Well, I've been waiting on your feet just to hear you say that I'm not needed. I said I was an honest man. You said I wasn't at all, but I wanted it. Well, I think you're just afraid of the fall, but you won't be there at all, or you won't be there at all. My God, I hope you're falling apart. My God, I hope you're falling in you. Oh, my God, I hope you're falling apart. It's gonna be the start of what you are. I said I was an honest man. You said I wasn't at all, but I wanted it. Well, I think you're just afraid of the fall, but you won't be there at all, or you won't be there and oh my God, I hope you're falling apart. My God, I hope you're falling in you. Oh my God, I hope you're falling apart. It's gonna be the start of what you will. My God, I hope you're falling apart. My God, I hope you're falling in you. Oh my God, I hope you're falling apart. It's gonna be the start of what you are. Fitting in the back of my old diary. I gotta break sometime. It's underlined and red, scrawled across the screen beneath the spider ring. I gotta break sometime. I left it all unread. And the more I know, the less I seem to care. Weighted down by everything and falling through the air. And the more I hold, the less that I can bear. But hey, I gotta break sometime. Cracked inside a kiln between the firing. I gotta break sometime. You glazed it anyway. Screamed across the city from a windowsill. I gotta break sometime. That's all you had to say. But the more I know, the less I seem to care. Weighted down by everything and falling through the air. And the more I hold, the less that I can bear. But hey, I gotta break sometime. Written in the back of my old diary. I gotta break sometime. It's underlined and lead, scrawled across the screen beneath the spider ring. I gotta break sometime. I left it all unread. Cracked inside a kiln between the firing. I gotta break sometime. You blazed it anyway. Screamed across the city from a windowsill. I gotta break sometime. That's all you had to say.
Welcome, everybody. Sorry for the delay. Thought I had more stuff set up, but I haven't taken my medicine yet, so it took me a little bit longer to get set up than anticipated, but I appreciate y'all hanging out. With all that being said, we'll get started on this art piece momentarily. Still trying to shovel down my dinner, so apologies for any breaks and
said it was colder there, it still hangs in the air, it helps you forget it all. You left an empty bookshelf that I didn't build till fall. This is a first-rate town.
Show y'all what I'm going to be redrawing tonight.
You just can't see it at all.
Drew this back in the DeviantArt days about 10, maybe 12 years ago. So, yeah, needless to say, I thought this was such a damn good picture when I drew it. But I'm realizing I have improved a lot over that time frame. And technology has improved a lot, because that used to be more and that is not the case nowadays. I'm just looking over this image, I can't help but notice it's like how bad the point of view is with perspective-wise. Because you got like one plane of existence where character Spliff is Smokey J or Smokey Jai.
Mazda?
Once you discover the Mazda CX-5,
Mazda?
it doesn't take long to get it. With standard all-wheel
Blue Sky and other
drive, a
social
premium
medias.
interior, and advanced
These are
safety
both
features,
their characters.
it's an SUV that gives you more at every turn. It will have you saying,
Mazda.
the Mazda CX-5.
He's sitting there like
It's made
at
to
a
move
computer
you.
that is
Every Mazda SUV offers you an
at one
elevated
angle,
driving
and the shelf
experience
behind
and
him
refined performance.
is
Discover it
at a
at Modern
completely
Mazda.
different perspective. I admire my confidence all the time ago.
It's a song about award-winning chefs.
Oh God.
Why they choose Duke's Mayo. It's a fact, 'cause not all mayo.
I guess we didn't pay Spotify this month. I'm not complaining. I got off Spotify probably coming up on a year ago when they announced other defense contracting. So that being the case, let me see if I can find a decent OST, like video game soundtrack to listen to. I played the shit out of Hollow Knights last night though, so maybe I need to rework this layout eventually and add in another window for like some long form content, because normally when I'm drawing in my own time I listen to Dark Souls or Soulsborne lore, among other games, but that's just like there's so much there that it's hard to get through all of it. I'm gonna be sad the day that I actually remember all of Soulsborne lore and can't just watch stuff based off of the same characters I've heard so much about. Trying to think. It would be a good... You know what, fuck it, here we go. This is just a bunch of indie music in general.
Fisk, he's hunting us. Maybe it's time we started
Super
hunting them.
initial ad.
We could use more people like you.
Go from there. Honestly, probably should have started this off as just chatting so that I can eat, but we'll manage. I never thought I'd miss my L-shaped desk because it was such a pain to disassemble and reassemble and move. But now with my limited desk space, I truly miss that thing. Maybe I change the size of this canvas. Go with like a 4K but 600 DPI. I need to get around to drawing a picture like this of some of my own OCs, maybe like mine and my wife Sona's. She's not a furry, so she's a succubus. Speaking of, I need to draw her succubus more in general. I spent a lot of time designing that thing. Probably tonight after stream, I'll get in there and adjust my channel points and all that fun stuff. All that set up though. We'll go ahead and get started on some early sketching at least. Probably change perspectives just a bit from the original image. Hey, I know this song. We heard it a lot last night. Something like that. For the shelf in the background. Trying to think, but this technically counts as 1 or 2 point perspective. I think 1 point, but I could be very wrong. You know what? Let's. If we're gonna cheat, we should cheat right, right? So what we'll do is we'll grab the rectangle tool, make it a little bit thicker. Transform, perspective. Something like that. I think that feels about right. I'll do another rectangle. Paste. Move it straight down. Copy, paste. Put that one down. And then we will select all three. Let's see if this tool wants to cooperate with us. Yeah, it was actually pretty close. So now we got those nice and evenly separated. We'll just merge them down to the layer below because we don't really need a vector layer. It's not, I mean, honestly, it's probably better practice to use vector layers, but I hate dealing with all the different points that it gives you when you're doing organic line work. And I also used to heavily rely on using vector layers. Jeez, add that fast. I fucking hate YouTube now. Too many ads on every single platform. It's getting ridiculous, but I guess that's the modern day internet. The that. Just a tiny bit from the edge. Might be a little bit short, but I digress. It's not something we can't fix in the later stages. Something like that. Clear that out. Got this eraser tool. Solid base for a keyboard. Resisting the urge to do a dual monitor setup because we need to actually see the characters. Go back to using the square tool. Yeah, screw it. We'll do that to cheat and cover up a little bit of the keyboard so there's less details we have to include down there. And grab this. Go with a more square base to avoid any oblong shape issues. I honestly need to practice more and go back to the basics. Do a lot more of like the drawing boxes and circles and all that fun stuff. Used to be a much better practice in terms of drawing like those types of exercises, as well as like doing a lot more gesture drawing of like figures and body shapes and whatnot. And that said, I also had a lot less going on in life back then, so it was a little bit easier to manage. Things are not quite as simple as they were 10 years ago when I drew this piece. I'm trying to think from this perspective. What angle would we see? Would it just be more like something simple like this? Oh, using the eraser tool. That's why the color's not working. In terms of the actual corner in the bookshelf behind him. I feel like that's pretty solid. Actually, I need to do that on a separate layer. trying to find a reference image for like what I was going for with her sneaking behind. If it's not obvious, it was kind of like the old cartoons of somebody, like a burglar sneaking through a house, or a, oh, what's it called, museum trying to steal loot. We eat some more of this food before it gets cold. It's already been like an hour since I finished making it. Matter of fact, to make things a little bit easier on me, I'm going to separate these two sketch layers. So that way I can slip the sketch of Spliff and Luna between the two. Just getting that over just a hair so I can fit the pizza box in. think I'm going to change the pose up just a little bit, because A, if I try and do the elbows around the keyboard like I did in this one, I have to shift even more stuff around. And B, I feel like it'll be a little bit more organic for, like, the idea of the entire picture. If he's kind of just got his hand, like one hand on his chin, looking like ever so slightly up. Let's see. Go with a different shade of blue just so I don't get too lost in all the sketchy line work. I'm over here physically acting out this pose. Sorry. I keep stopping, but I'm also trying to, like, visualize this correctly. Also using these characters in, like, more updated designs, so the clothes will be different than this in the original image. me find a few more reference images for Luna. I know Spliff it's harder to find, but alright. Enough of that. I think that's enough for the rough sketches. So we will actually just combine them all, drop the opacity a lot, and we will start more refined sketching. I've had music playing this whole time and it's been muted. My apologies. Well, but stop listening to me mouth breathe this whole time, haven't you? Might actually make it a little bit shorter. Just so I can get all of her hair in frame, because she's got volume as shit. sucks about trying to eat while I draw is like taking this little glove off and then making sure my hands aren't greasy when I go back to grab my styles. It's like I put a lot of time and effort into trying to get where I want with like thicker line work. But as of late, I've noticed a lot of my favorite artists and like a lot of like the art that really catches my eye. It's not even like the thick line work, it's honestly like rather thin line work, just like line confidence and good understandings of line weight. Which I was already, like, that was something that I was already aware of and actively working on, but really makes me want to go back to the drawing board and improve a lot of my weaknesses. this way. To get a little bit more of her body in frame. I feel like something like that goes a long way. For other backgrounds that I've done more recently. Where there's not as much actual line work for it. We'll see. Actually, fuck it. I'm already doing this much. A rework, might as well stick with the original concept, right? just for reference. Throw this up in the stream so if anybody's interested, they can see the old image while I'm drawing this one. So forget I have the reference images on my screen all the time on a different monitor. Whereas anybody popping in wouldn't have a clue what the old image looked like.
Customers are looking. GoDaddy just helps them find you. A domain from the world's #1 provider unlocks everything you need to grow your business. So when they search, you stand out. Claim your domain today at GoDaddy.com.
supposed to give him 3 fingers, but the only reference image I could find, he doesn't have any fingers. And raccoons have 5 fingers, or 5 digits of this, since I don't know if their front paws technically count as hands. Though they do have a thumb. That's the only reason my model has 5 fingers. We're working on the assumption that all raccoons have terrible wire management. Definitely not a self-call out. And this right here is like exhibit A of what I meant when I said I need to go back and practice basics. Should not be this hard for me to get a decent looking oval. closet full of boxes. And these bastards have a habit of getting stuck in them and destroying shit in said boxes. And unfortunately, won't stay shut. So I legitimately had to put a small stack of books in front of it. Prevent them from getting in there. And they still try. Sam. Stop. Stop. He's now licking my hand, trying to coerce me into allowing him in there. I won't fall for it. Oops. I've never even played Undertale. But I really need to get around to playing that game. I have it in my Steam library. I just fear the trauma. Even though I've effectively already spoiled the storyline, it's been years since I deep into the lore, so. Alright, so we've gotten everything from that base sketch layer out of the way. Guess it wouldn't hurt to do the clock. Be extra. Do a second layer just so I can get the positioning on this thing as close to correct as possible. I feel like that's good. I'm gonna take this. Give it a little bit of a lip. Same general shape of the bubbler, but just change how it's positioned over on the shelf. Also throw an ashtray in for good measure. So what is a good starter without an ashtray full of riches? The lead guy, not the bugs. And I don't even know if most people know what a volcano vaporizer is. But I'm old, and back in my prime pilot days, I wanted one so fucking bad. But by the time I could actually afford one, I had other adult responsibilities, so stuck with basic bongs, pipes, all the good stuff. Anybody who knows will know. I'm realizing I was drawing this like before dabs and concentrates were super popular. Oh shit, what's up, Sluggy? I was looking at a volcano vaporizer when you popped in. I'm redrawing a picture from 2014, 16-ish. I can't remember exactly when I drew it, but it was back in the days when I was on DeviantArt a lot, so that should say everything you need to know. This being the redraw in question. I have it in the top right corner, but it's a lot smaller. How you doing, honey? Hopefully the day has been treating you well. Slow in their responses. I was too focused on drawing a vaporizer hose. That's good to hear. I already bugged you about it, but one of these days I'm gonna have to get you to run me through some shit on Warframe. Last time I really tried playing it, it was the blind leading the blind. None of us had played the game much, and we didn't even realize that the mission we were stuck on, we actually got stuck on a bug because an enemy we were supposed to be fighting just never spawned. So it took us like 3 fucking hours to figure out we needed to go back to the quest giver, cancel the quest, and restart it. Some shit like that. It was a pain. Get banned if I say why my day is good. That's concerning. But yeah, I'm just chilling. Better half is at her mom's house, so I'm just chilling with the cats. She wanted our puppy to get more acquainted with her mom's new dog so that when the day comes and we're stuck in the hospital because our little bundle of joy has arrived, mother-in-law's gonna be the one watching him, so we want to make sure he's on his best behavior. If nothing, if everything goes according to plan, I'm trying to think of how to word that without jinxing anything or making anything sound terrible. Do August 11th? Question mark? Sometime relatively close to August 10th. Let me double check. knew it was right around the 11th, but I couldn't remember the exact date. I don't know why I was thinking like the 11th, but I knew I wasn't right. That's why I had to double check. Depending on how everything goes, it'll probably be a few days before we have anybody over. Just get used to the baby being in the house and getting Boo back from the mother-in-laws and recovering from dealing with the hospital and labor and all the fun stuff that comes along with having said crotch goblin. Speaking of, that's so soon. That's only like technically four months and some change. I'm gonna start working my voice training a lot harder. I want my kid to remember this voice. Like obviously I came out as trans a hot minute ago, but the reason why I've become like a lot more like the reason why I'm trying to gather up the actual courage to publicly present, even though I'm in a conservative hellscape, it's because I want my kid to have a good example set in terms of loving themselves and being as true to themselves as humanly possible from day one. I don't want them to have to go through what I went through, regardless of their life decisions. Like hell, since Jazz decided to tell my mom we were having a kid even though I didn't want her to, she started reaching back out to us, kind of fucked me up last week. And like, they could always bring, oh, thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, like, she decided to ask what she did wrong, and like, not to spill too much beans on stream, but the irony in all of it is basically when I stopped actively communicating with my family, I didn't like outright block them or anything. I basically just said, if you support the shit that's going on right now in the world, like, you can lose my contact information. And it was around the same time I deleted my Facebook because Meta was doing all the shit that Meta was doing. And like, because of that, they all assumed I blocked them. And have effectively, for lack of a better term, played the victim. Never even attempted to reach out to me, because if they had, they would have found out real quick. None of them were blocked. But unfortunately, in the chaotic nature of my life, really, dealing with my family, I expect nothing less at this point. Looks like a bowl, right? So if I put a carb on the side, it'll look like a left-handed bowl. Nobody uses left-handed bowls. Hell, nobody makes them. It's so hard to find a bowl with a carb on the right-hand side of a bowl. It's like, is it even worth adding anything on this bottom shelf? Because in my previous image, you know what they say about the word assume. You are correct. I'm not gonna waste my time adding anything on the bottom shelf just because, like, it's gonna be like this much of whatever it is. Alright. Now that we have all the details worked out. A solid basis to work off of. I just realized I took the time to put a dumb little sign on this thing last time, so I might as well do it again, right? Also, it probably wouldn't hurt for me to bump my mic up a little bit. I'm not exactly shoutcasting this. Yep, that's fine. With the creator of these characters being from the UK, I hope they're not offended by me referring to their collection of pieces of Arsenal, because I know those fuckers can be rather passionate about football. I think we are safe to actually start the line work process. That being said, I think you can actually make this table a little bit more angled. Make it make a little bit more sense from a perspective standpoint. Hit. I can control the joint in his hand. I'm gonna actually switch up my line work. We're gonna go with thin line work this time and play around with it. It might help if I was working on the right layer rather than Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna throw these esquites in the microwave. Food's been sitting for 2 hours. I've just been too focused on drawing. While we wait the minute and 30 seconds for those, I will say, drawing this again actually is bringing me back to a happy place. It's dumb to say, but I used to draw dumb shit like this all the time. Specifically, stoners being stoners. So, never hurts to go back to my roots, right? also need to get back to creating more OCs. Back in the day, like, honestly, I probably could have made adoptables with how frequently I could create new characters, but nowadays, I've gotten so hyper-focused on making shit quote-unquote right that, like, I forgot to just have fun with what I'm doing. Like, I've realized even with, like, getting to a happy place with, like, thicker line work and all that jazz, I still find myself being more appreciative of, like, sketchier line work and less refined art in favor of more expressive pieces. So, like, all the practice I put in wasn't all for naught or anything, but I may have gotten a little too hard focused on things that didn't matter, and being a stickler for perfection when perfection is the enemy of enjoyment and actually completing projects. I shouldn't try hard in anything in life that isn't relevant to making me survive. Honestly, I shouldn't try hard in anything. Tryharding is how you stress yourself out and give yourself heart attacks. I don't need to do anything to raise my blood pressure when I'm on estrogen. I want to be able to keep taking the injections. I don't trust myself to take daily meds, and the patches will wash off in the shower. Plus, I can't lie, I do feel a lot better when I take my weekly shots. Like, doctor did tell me when I was going through the process, like, it kind of has, like, the typical highs and lows of taking a weekly anything. So, like, when I first take the shot versus the end of the week when I'm leading up to the shot, I can tell a notable difference in just how I feel. Like, for instance, the reason I was somewhat late to today's stream is because I was rushing to do my weekly shot right before the stream started. So I'm in a fairly good mood at the moment. Which, knowing how positively this shit affects my mental and everything, genuinely makes me question if I do have that, like, genetic mutation, whatever. Because I have a lot of symptoms, I guess you could say, that line up with this one syndrome. I can't remember the exact name of it, but effectively it's when, like, a male presenting individual is born with XX and Y chromosomes. So, like, they are not genes. Rather than just having XY, it's XXY. And I check off a lot of the boxes for that particular thing. But I'm no doctor, and I'm too poor for genealogical testing or whatever it's called, so I just operate on the basis of surviving. Because the American healthcare system is amazing, it is not flawed in the slightest. It works perfectly, as designed. Though I will say, if I ever get to a point where I can financially go through with that testing, I definitely will. Just to see. It won't change anything. Still continue what I've been doing since it's been working. But it would be a bit ironic for the transphobic people in my family when they try and hit me with quote-unquote science, and I look at them in the eyes and say, so, like, what if I had both? What then? Because, like, that ideology is genuinely why I'm so protective of my kid, and why, like, I was hesitant to even inform my family. Because I don't want them being exposed to same shit that I was. If nothing else, it would just, like, answer a nagging question that I've had. Wouldn't necessarily be life-changing by any means. That's why I haven't gone out of my way to confirm it, or whatever. It wouldn't be deny it, but you get what I mean. To determine whether or not I have said genetic mutation. I almost forgot about my elotes. I'm too focused on this. It's not a bad thing though. I would like to actually finish this while I'm streaming tonight. Thicken the eyelashes because I'm eventually gonna readjust line weight. Oh, Sam scared me. I thought he was about to turn off my PC, but thankfully I have the power button covered. I need to 3D print a cover for my power button, but I have to have my 3D printer set up properly to do so. I'm literally gonna make like a cap similar to like what you see on the tubes of like M&M minis or whatever. But I'm gonna make it oblong shape so it fits properly over my power button. That way I don't have to leave sketchbooks and how to draw sci-fi on my desk every single time I'm sitting down to use my computer. Matter of fact, I'm gonna move this up just a hair. So I realized I didn't draw this character's hair. The irony in that is you wouldn't even be converting me. It's a financial limitation at this point. If I had the money for it, I would already be one. Hell, I'm already planning on getting back into Blender and focusing more on low poly designs just because that's what I prefer from like an aesthetic standpoint. Not necessarily like PS1 era low poly though. If I ever get around to learning Unity, I'll definitely be making some PS1 inspired games. But in terms of like what I would be making for like animation purposes and potentially VR chat, if I can ever figure out how to properly rig for said VR chat, they would be more along the lines of if you're familiar with Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, something along that design aesthetic. I think Sam is a little distraught because Jazz isn't home. She acts like he hates her just because, like, he's a little shit who's always up my ass. But this fat motherfucker really does love that one. Chat, I'm not fat shaming my cat. I love this bastard. He is chunky though. Like, so much so that me, of all people, is considering putting him on a diet. I love fat cats. Oh Lord, He Comin' was one of my favorite Facebook chat thing groups when I still had Facebook. It's like, I know the Quest is cheap, but if I'm gonna get VR, I'm gonna invest in like a proper setup. Not saying like a Quest isn't proper, but I know like there's a lot of issues that come with using a Quest. Whereas I would rather just use Pro 2. So that's the goal. It's getting a HTC Vive Pro 2. Didn't Steam have one? Or am I crazy? Oh, should they have wireless? That's convenient, so yeah, I'll probably just go with that. The Valve Index, that was the other one I was thinking of. Valve's new one is going to be like the Quest with actual processing on board. And, oh shit, is it going to be running something akin to their SteamOS? Because once they get that to be like a viable operating system solution, I'm going to SteamOS. If I can run OBS and do all my streaming shit on SteamOS eventually, that's where I'm going to go. Because, like, that's what my computer is built for. It's for gaming and multimedia. Only reason I'm stuck to the Windows platform is because of the difficulty of getting a lot of these programs to run on Linux. It's like, for the most part, what I use is capable of running on Linux, but I know a decent amount of it comes with the process of like creating either very specific I don't know the proper terminology, but some type of like coding or programming that I'm not comfortable with at this moment, or flat out running a virtual machine with Windows on it anyways. And I know, from a hypothetical standpoint, that virtual machine is limited to when I actually use it, yada yada yada. But to be quite frank, I don't feel like going through all the trouble of converting everything to Linux just to run a Windows virtual machine. Like I said, I get it, and I understand, like, that's a lot just me being stubborn, and I'm not ignorant to that fact. That said, I'm a stubborn bitch. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not a huge fan of GIMP. I know it exists. I've tried. I tried doing it before I fully committed to Clip Studio. But, like, the thing about Clip Studio in particular is, like, it checks all of the boxes. The biggest issue I had with it back in the day was I didn't have EX. I had, like, the Pro version, not EX. So, like, the animation was purely frame-by-frame animation, which I'm still very much a novice at. But with EX and more recent updates, I came to realize that I can actually do the type of animation or motion graphics, I guess, that I was familiar with using Adobe After Effects. It's nowhere near as in-depth as After Effects. I can't do everything that I could do there. But I feel like with time and practice, I'll be able to achieve with Blender in Clip Studio everything I was able to achieve within After Effects without having to be attached to the Adobe ecosystem. Now that's what is Blender is like Blender not just compatible but fairly easy to utilize in Linux. That's like, if I'm being quite honest, like the biggest issue is just like ease of access. Because I understand I am competent enough and knowledgeable enough with computers and technology that in theory I could even learn some of the more intricate versions of Linux. The issue is adapting my regular usage to Linux and what difficulties are going to arise every time a new update for my software comes out and shit like that. Though I will say, none of it's going to matter soon enough because our government is incompetent as hell. Not to get too political, but they're actually trying to pass a thing where you have to age verify to use any operating system. I.e., they just want all of our IDs in databases so they can keep track of what we're doing. Even though the idiots passing this shit don't understand the technology that they're trying to be promise autism go great. Listen here, you motherfucker. You're not wrong. You don't have to say it out loud. I think I'm a little bit too wide with this. Oh shit, I must forget to draw the mouse again. I appreciate your breadcrumb. As well as alert. You take it easy. Thanks again for hanging out. I wish I did not tear off this remote. Spinning canvases used to be so much more efficient. Now I have to fight this thing. I actually really like this pen. Should use it way more often. Eat this corn before it gets cold again. Thank God for auto mods. I'm not gonna lie, listening to all this Hollow Knight music between tonight and the other night, or last night I guess, I really want to play that game again. I'd started up a second playthrough, like I've already beat it once, but like, having the mechanics down a lot better than I did my first run through. Like, that's one of the few games where it's like extremely fun to go back through, because you're a lot more prepared for what was stomping you to death when you first picked the game up. There's a reason why they call it like the bug Dark Souls Metro the bug Dark Souls. It's honestly, mechanics wise, far more of a Metroidvania to my understanding. But that being said, I definitely get the Dark Souls vibe from it. Specifically between the lore itself and also like the difficulty and the learning curve to it. Seems super insurmountable, but then You get more accustomed to the grind and the sink or swim situations that you get put in. And the irony in all of it is when I first played Dark Souls 1, I thought it was such a dog shit game. Luckily, I had a friend who was patient enough and dedicated enough to this series to change my perspective on things. And unironically, that change has changed my perspective on a lot of things in life outside of Dark Souls. I hope I'm understanding this design correctly, because he changed it since I originally drew the first pick. Let's do the flip test real quick. Good thing we did. I've given up on that remote. Honestly, I need to do a fundraiser so I can replace the nibs on my pin, because I've run out of replacements, so I'm having to go back through and use the ones that are less stuffed than others, and I'm quickly running through them. But also, to replace this remote, because all the buttons work on it, but the thing I use the most, which is like this circle that I can spin, I tend to cycle through it and use it for various purposes, such as the size of my current tool that I'm using. Zooming in and out. And then also, obviously, as you've seen, that super stuttery screen rotation. Because unfortunately, it broke while we were still at my mother-in-law's house, and the room that we were in had hard floors, whereas now all of our floors are carpeted. So even if my goober-ass cats decide to hop on my desk and knock it off like they did before, the damage won't be catastrophic. Hopefully. Things happen. But in theory, it would be a lot less impactful than what happened while we were still living there. Matter of fact, let me make this side more puffy. Let's make his face a little bit more round. That reads really weird. Let me move this mouse away from the elbow so it's not as confusing. I feel like I went too hyper realistic on this mouse, so we're gonna change that. Better. We're gonna cheat.
You're 10 minutes late for work, but you were 20 minutes late yesterday. It's a good day for a good deal at Outback Steakhouse. Get down under favourites like the Aussie 3-course starting at $14.99 with savoury soup or fresh salad, your choice of select entrees like the juicy Bloomin' Burger and New York-style cheesecake for dessert. It's a deal so delicious you'll only be 5 minutes late tomorrow, maybe 4. Try the Aussie 3-course starting at $14.99. Any reason is a good reason to celebrate at Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right.
Timeline wise, I don't think I'm finishing this by 11, but might. Take the stream a little bit longer than planned. Really all depends on when my better half gets home. Excuse me. I feel like that hand looks okay, right? I'm debating. I'm overthinking this. Why do I do this to myself? We'll come back to the hand. If it's still bothering me later, I'll figure out how to fix it. We are going to scoot this monitor over just a hair, though. Not even the whole thing, just like this part. Time to do some more digital painting hacks. Another one. Something for here. So that would be this number pad side. More hats. Keep hearing the cats getting into shit, and I think it's my wife getting home. close enough. I don't want to spend too much time detailing keys on a keyboard. As I say this, I go right back. Why do I do this to myself? fix these keys first. I need to remind myself that from here, it's not really that noticeable. And yet, I'm still obsessing over it. Fuck me. Okay, before I spend the rest of the stream working on just the keyboard, let me actually work on Luna. I've been doing this whole time with like no stabilization. Yep, holy shit. On one hand, kind of impressive, but on the other, like, a lot more work than it needed to be. forgot some hair that hangs over the front. Oh well, I got it in now. Damn, I can't believe it's already been 4 hours. Like, obviously, what I'd drawn suggests otherwise, but it feels like I didn't get anything done. I wanted to be way further in this process. For shame. Okay, so this hand is wonky. I don't like it. I'm looking at it now. We're fixing that in a minute. But first... probably am going to call this stream here shortly, but before I do, I want to fix this damn finger because it's bothering me. Feel like that looks better. But then when I flip it, it's still off. What the fuck? What if I reverse the fold? Let me make it less pronounced. Something like that, maybe? Add a little bit more roundness, but I think I've reached a point that I'm okay with. So get that taken care of. Still got a lot of background stuff to go over, and also have a lot of lines to darken on Luna. So I think what I might wind up doing is just finishing this off screen. Because Freerun, I do want to finish, but I'm not like as inspired to finish as I am like this one. This one I really want to honestly try and get done before the end of this weekend. So I think that's what I'm going to wind up doing. I'm going to call stream for now. Let me see who's live that I can read out to. Bear with me just a few moments. You know what? Fuck it. I normally don't read people with this many followers, but it's an individual that actually inspired me to start VTubing. And it looks like she's back for her first stream in forever. Honestly, at one point I was kind of worried she might be graduating because life be lifing for a lot of us. But that being said, let me make sure I'm spelling this right. Again, appreciate y'all hanging out. Hope y'all have a great rest of your night. Make sure you take care of yourselves and enjoy the rest of your weekend. I will be live Sunday with Jet Set Radio Future, hopefully beating it, since last week I had to take the week off for personal matters. Y'all take care of yourselves. Have a good rest of your night.